Hello, everyone. Sandra here. For those who are watching this live, I am doing this way early compared to normal by like a lot. And there's a good reason for that. That reason is that I'm moving my sleep schedule around. The end result of that being that I needed to because I moved my sleep schedule around. It's just better for me to stream now. So, yeah, it is. Yep, moving my sleep schedule around, so I've been up for a little while now. I got up about an hour ago, then had breakfast. But unfortunately, I'm kind of like, I was moving things a little too aggressively, so now things are kind of like in an awkward spot where I'm not sleeping quite long enough before I wake up too early and then can't fall back asleep relative to like all of that. So that's a little unfortunate. Anyway, last time, yeah, it is a little bit rough. It'll hopefully settle, but like I'm trying to kind of firm things up. But I want to be the point because like right now I'm going to bed. I fell asleep last night at like 6 p.m. or something. So, and then I woke up a little too early, and then I laid in bed for a while, hoping I'd get more sleep, and didn't. So I am currently wanting to be in a spot where my body like sleeps enough, but I also want to be at a spot where I'm going to bed at like 10 p.m. by Thursday. So it's going to be a little wonky, kind of trying to adjust and settle in here. What you going to do? Anyway, last time I realized I needed to do Chasing Zenmai if I want to be able to get access to a boss whose elite skill I want. So that's what we're going to be doing. In positive news, books that I'd been waiting on, the books 20 and 21 of That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime. Or Brian. Brian does not survive this quest very often. But they got in earlier this week, so I read them. They got in on Wednesday, so I read them yesterday. So that was fun. I enjoyed that. Reading a couple of books for my Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, it means that I think the author clearly wants the next book to be the last one, which is great and all, but book 22 in the series is coming out in February, so now I have to wait a couple of months for it, which is not what I want to have to do, but that's life. That is life. Honestly, I'm glad I didn't, like, so many were already out when I started reading the series. I definitely have a lot of thoughts on it. Definitely have a lot of thoughts on it. Looking forward to seeing what things come about with the Guild Wars Reforged release on Wednesday, I think? Is that right? It's the 3rd. I think that's this coming Wednesday. This guy just keeps running. I don't think this goes where I want to go. No, that does not. It might curve around. I'm not sure. Right now, I think my only assassin elite is Flashing Blade, so I'd really like to get more. So, and in particular, I do like the one that you can get from Kenshi, but I can't get it from Kenshi until I get Kenshi spawn back. And to do to get that, I think I need to successfully get Zenmai to the Undercity. I am ultimately... I kind of want more Ranger elites. I kind of want more Monk elites. So I'm a little torn on what I'm going to do here regarding that. I have to pick somebody to play. I don't want binding chains. That would be useful. I can just zone, right? Yeah. Now I just have to successfully bring Zenmai down there. I love how impractical the assassin armor generally is. It's like, what are these shoulder things? You could absolutely like shoulder slam somebody and open massive gaping wounds. Go around. I'd like to avoid fighting in the Kappa territories if I can, because they are rough. Okay, let's... Okay. I don't like this for Zenmai. Man, everything keeps dying after my offhand attack, and I cannot get... I want to critical strike things for energy gain, but that's really difficult to do if they're dead. Okay, this is where local order is. They definitely like have nerfed the spawns down here for this quest, which is greatly appreciated, quite frankly, because it can be a little rough. Hmm. You want to make sure you're not fighting in Rays of Judgment. That's usually a bad idea. Don't know that I should be running Shield of Deflection on my prop monk. I do like it as a skill, but it is energy intensive and kind of clunky. Guardian would probably be better. Wish we got an elite version of Shielding Hands or something like that. That could be useful. Can't believe I got to actually dual attack something. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to avoid all of those Kappa, so I feel good about having done that at least. Man, I'm really... These Ampha are making me want, like, one of the Caltrops, or... Do I even have those? I do have Caltrops. They're making me want, like, Caltrops, or, is it a Deadly Arts? Yeah, I think there's a Deadly Arts Crippling Dagger that, like, there's various snares that assassins have, and they keep making me want one. Getting tired of having Ampha running away from me. Okay, well this wasn't too bad of a route down over here. Also, I wonder if my sister would like these enormous mushrooms. My sister is quite fond of mushrooms, you see. Also, I don't know where these guys came from. They weren't there when I passed by, I'm pretty sure. But then they were there, and that was a problem. Honestly, I should just replace remove hex with Peace and Harmony. Peace and Harmony is just so good. It's just the get all of that junk out of there button. Oh, and I probably want to run Thunderclap over Lightning Surge. Lightning Surge is nice because of its knockdown, but it does have the 3-second time that, like, it's a hex that can be removed, and I don't know, it's a little clunky. This is a long dialogue. If I don't make it out alive, who will make kitty-eared headbands for the masses? Think of the people. Can't think costumer. Definitely a great concern. Ooh, hard apple cider. It is Thanksgiving time. They do like to do this. This is a little bit of a weird, clunky spot where, like, you need something to trigger, and I don't know if it's just a timer or maybe we're killing Lael too quickly and I don't expect it. He's kind of dangerous. You don't want to leave him alive. Yeah, here's more. Be more Ampha. I think you just need to wait for delayed spawns or something. I don't know. There's a bunch of things where it feels like they expect the player to take, like, way longer. It's like with Thunderhead Keep. I don't know if we've just gotten so much better that the spawn rate is now atrocious, or if they nerfed it because it was too hard. People were getting stuck, and I couldn't tell you which. But it definitely was, like, way harder when I first started playing. Yeah, and now we get the torment creatures. Man, stance removal can be so important sometimes. Oh, that's what's going on. Freaking QZ. Gotta be careful with that quickening Zephyr stuff. Okay. Now I can go to Clerk Arlon and Commodon to get Zenmai unlocked. Good old Commodon, Jewel of Easton. The weird mouth noise I just made. Okay. Strange that Mad King's guards are still here. Like a month later. Almost. Not exactly a month later. Why would you spend 50 E on Dirks? Oh, they're old school, but like... Man, people are doing some weird... Anyway, I was looking at trade chat. Nice. Okay. I will want to do more stuff there at some point, but weird party comp, but whatever. Physically heavy. Okay, I'm gonna swap you to P&H and give you Guardian. It's just such a good way of getting rid of stuff all at once. Okay, I do want to tweak her. I do want to switch Vec over to Thunderclap because I just like Thunderclap a little bit better. I don't know if he needs Glyph of Lesser or not. Thunderclap is definitely less damage than Lightning Surge, but weakness and cracked armor both are really nice. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave her with this bar, I guess. I don't see a reason not to. Okay, Zenmai is the one I need to modify right now. So I think the only Assassin Elite I have right now is Flashing Blades, which is very underwhelming. There's some fun Mesmer possibility, actually. Well, her attributes aren't going to be good for this, and I'm going to decide I don't care. She can get a better crippling English later, but Distortion's kind of a neat one. There's some actually useful stuff over here in Illusion Magic, now that I think about it. Her attributes are totally not supporting this very well, but that can be fixed later, right? Let's just go with Dash. This could be pretty nice at higher spec. It was just my way of saying I'm tired of people running from me. Doing something a little wonky. I like to do wonky builds. That's one of the cool things about this game. It's the ability to do wonky builds. Okay. Right. I have my old garbage armor pieces in here too. Okay, we're not going to worry about all of that too much right now. Am I better off going from Marketplace? Probably not. Probably doesn't really matter. Okay, the main thing I want is I do want to make sure I bring a Signet of Capture. Or this capturing endeavor is going to end up very quickly. Water. Okay. Things I'm thinking about right now are wanting to get more ranger skills in general. Kind of take my ranger through prophecies, do a bunch of skill quests, unlock Savage Shot, which I'm desperately missing. I'd also like to unlock Punishing Shot, which is punishing to unlock, as it were. Ho ho ho. But like seriously, it's a pain. And then Yeah, Chasing Zenmai definitely messes with the spawns. Just shrinks them by and large. Hello, Hasumoto81. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. I definitely want an elite other than Flashing Blades. It's not like a terrible skill, but it would have probably been beneficial to Zenmai right there. It is kind of awkward to make a good use of. Zenmai is just going to suck for now because she's too low leveled. UAS has the same problem, honestly. Part of what's particularly rough for heroes is that being low leveled means low armor. Their armor is tied to their level. I'm a little surprised that they're still dead. Somehow I missed the button for my offhand attack. Neat. Is that any good? Probably not. Might be, though. Wouldn't mind having Kenchi's butterfly blades drop. That could be useful for Zenmai. What do we get in this Plagueborn Scepter? Wow, it is not very good. Yeah, I'm going to repeat myself. It might be better for Gwen than what she's currently got, though. Yeah, it's probably better for her than that. This is at least +5 energy. Not a very good +5 energy mod, but nonetheless, it is there. What is Zenmai's default stuff? Yeah, I need to get her a better pair of daggers. Well, these things will happen eventually. Or was I? I was making my way down this direction. Now that I figured out why all the spawns are screwed up, because I had Chasing Zenmai. The fact that that suppresses boss spawns is especially annoying. Hadn't been aware of that until this playthrough. Because, I mean, I'm not coming up here looking for Kenshi very often, so... Shouldn't be any wonder that I just never noticed they didn't spawn. Because, I mean, as much as I did skill capping on my main account, it's not like I was doing a ton of it either. Okay. Shroud of Distress is putting in work. It's exactly what we like it to do. Yeah, exactly. Jin the Purifier. That's exactly who I expect to see here. And the fact that I wasn't seeing her was a mystery that I have now solved, but it was certainly a mystery for a while there. Did you not harass my backline? Yeah. It takes a while to get some of the ones that you want. That's one of the things that's been really interesting about this playthrough. So I got this account like 2 years ago, I think. I can actually check. over the past 22 months, I've played this character. Let's see, the past 24 months. Yeah. So I basically had this account for 2 years now. Decided to get it, and because I wanted to do a playthrough where I was having to unlock all skills and just seeing like what was that like, because you know my main account has been had everything unlocked for the vast majority of the game's existence at this point. So I was like, okay, but what is that experience actually like? And one of the big things from it has absolutely been, what elites do I actually have access to, and more importantly, like what order am I trying to get skills on what characters in order to be able to unlock them on my accounts. That way my heroes can use them. And that's been a really interesting aspect to this. I don't like what's going on with Takora. I see this Jade Brotherhood Knight there, and you gotta make sure these guys aren't in your back line messing them up, because they can cause a lot of problems. Sometimes I see enemies drop ashes like that. I'm like, ooh, loot. It is not loot. It's not in any way loot. You cannot pick them up. And this is where I made my armor that I'm currently wearing. There's Kenshi Steelhand. That's the boss that I've been wanting to capture from several times. Not having go well. Yeah, I want Palm Strike. Exactly. Like, Flashing Blades is an okay skill, for sure, but Palm Strike also allows you to do some interesting stuff. It counts as an offhand attack, so you can leap straight into dual attacks, which is nice. I don't need to take these guys down, but it also snares. It applies a few seconds of cripple, which can be very useful in some circumstances. Especially since there is a dual attack that cares about your target being crippled. That does knockdown if they are. And that's very handy. Synergizes really well with that. Okay. I'm just going to drop this character over in Vizuna Square. Actually, it might not be bad to turn in some of these quests, now that I think about it. But let's clear out the inventory. I want to go advance stuff on other characters for now. I'm going to throw this significant capture on those, just that way I remember. There's not a whole lot else that I want in that spot anyway. I need all sorts of goodies. Okay. Yes, here's where I'm accumulating hard apple cider. Need that for future quests. Some bows. Dirks and this dusk blade, I think. Cloth from those, not really worth salvaging then. Okay. I'm gonna want to try to remember to turn in this quest when next I do this character. Oh, I can turn in Minister's Test. Let's do that. And then I'll go back to hanging out there. Basic enough capture is good. The experience points are also good. Kind of more what I was after, to be frank. Hard to know where I want to put some of those sometimes. Okay. What do I want to do as a priority? That's right. I was trying to do Tanakai Temple and I got my butt handed to me by elementalists. Sounds about right. Is there anything in particular that I'm wanting to... Yeah, there's a bunch of elite skills that I want in the Jade Sea. Let's see. Trying to think through... Okay, I'm just gonna try this mission again. It definitely went poorly last time, and that's just because I definitely aggroed a little bit wrong. This is a hard one, though. Yeah, I think I want to get to the Jade Sea. Don't need that going on. I got really close to the end last time and then botched it, which is pretty unsurprising. The last part is pretty rough. Take that, Ray of Judgment. I predicted you. Well, I can't do anything about Aegis. It's gonna go on. Okay, whatever. You need to take down these ritualists. The ritualists are the healers, so... Well, that was good. Kind of want... I wonder... So Elias is currently split 3 attributes ways that way. Whoops. There's a Paragon shout, find their weakness, that I'm thinking about and wondering if there's a way that I can effectively incorporate that in. I'm not actually sure if I have it unlocked on this account is also a valid consideration here. Might be able to fit it into like Acolyte Jin. Okay, I need to go closer. I need my guys to actually engage the enemy here. But some of the, like, find their weakness would definitely be helpful. It, okay, cost, stop being a dingbat and actually fight things. This is the problem with melee heroes, is they can be very bad about actually committing to aggro. I can kind of struggle with pathfinding and targeting and stuff. And that's like why Shadow Steps can be particularly useful on them. Take that, Mind Burn. Yeah, that's part of the problem, right? Like, I want to get a bunch of Canthan elites for my monk, but I need to, you know, advance my monk. I'm not very far in. I think this might be the furthest. No, I might. My warrior might be a little bit further. But, like, I don't have very many characters very far into factions. Most of my characters have done a lot of prophecy stuff because I've been focusing on getting the free skills from prophecies. I've kind of been fairly slow about playing this account. Because I've been playing it entirely on stream, and then I've been only more recently have I been streaming more regularly again, so there's a big lull in there. So yeah, it's definitely Menlo. Please don't tank. Someone tell Menlo he's being an idiot. It's our wells of blood, so they're good to stand in. And wow, I hit draw conditions. Not what the skill I was hoping to hit, but yeah, Life Sheath is a decent one. I'd like. Yeah, there's just a bunch of ones that I want to get, and that's part of the problem. Is it's like I can only advance a character at a time. It's like, oh, I want this skill and I want this skill and this skill. Well, I can't do that in parallel, right? So. Man, Silver Armor could be a problem with how physically oriented my team is, but on the other hand, I also have multiple enchantment removals. This is actually a good mission for Resurrection Signet just because you're defeating so many bosses. I've been really enjoying Peace and Harmony on my Talcoras, but I haven't obviously done that on this one. This is interesting. This is drawing out the Temple Guardians. There's a lot of, like, aggro management stuff that you need to worry about in this mission. And I am definitely not having a great day of it. I am doing decent damage, at least. All of these rangers is actually kind of nasty because they all can daze. Okay, that guy was already dead, but not displaying it just yet. That happens sometimes. I do like their retribution. At least I don't have to worry about bringing famine with me. That skill's terrible. Yeah, this spot can be a little rough. So much easier to manage your aggro when you're working with pure casters too. Yeah, Ray of Judgment. One of the things that can be a danger here is the Elementalists. definitely take out this ranger. No, stop that. Ha! Oh man, I just de-shotted Reversal of Fortune and I feel like a genius. I mean, the only reason why I was able to is because I predicted it. I'm not gonna reaction. It was definitely lucky. It was lucky that it used it in like a way where I predicted its use and was able to catch it. But yeah, that's in a PvP match. That's probably making a team fall over if they get their Reversal of Fortune de-shotted. Right? Yeah, I did a bunch of monkeying in GVG back in the day. Not like any sort of like super high guild or anything, but yeah. Playground is a profession that I always kind of wished was a little bit more interesting to play. Like, it has this neat versatility where you can kind of do a lot of different things with it because of its unique energy management, a little bit like Soul Reaping. But they definitely, like, the core design of leadership, wanting you to have a bunch of skills that affect all of your allies and all that sort of stuff is just really wonky and clunky. And though I remember when Nightfall came out and all of the both Paragon and Dervish were pretty overpowered. Man, these Simple Guardians are a menace. Actually, I'm also underestimating the Rangers a little bit. I should probably have more Condy removal spread across my team. Because one of the things that I'm realizing is a little bit of a problem is my monks getting broadhead arrowed. Yeah. That makes sense. I've been enjoying the Guild Wars 2 implementation of Paragon. Glad I already captured this skill, so I don't have to worry about it. We don't need to care about the Spirit of Famine. It'll die on its own. Ugh, this next one is rough, though. And Talcora needs to have a constant Prot Spirit on her. This is where I died last time. The spot can be just really tricksy. No mind burn. Okay, this needs a lot of pressure. Okay, back up, please. Back up, please. Ugh. It's just such a bad choke point. Yeah, we're going to be hosed here again. I definitely need something different with my team comp to get through this, and I'm not sure what yet. I'm probably going to just take this character over into Prophecies. I want more skills there anyway. Yeah, I failed the mission 3 ways. My party wipes and Togo and Menlo die. Because what ends up happening here is there's a bunch of elementalists, they all gang up on you, and you're kind of in a choke point, so then you just get burnt to death. And figuring out what I want to do about that is a little bit tricksy. I definitely want a different team comp. I don't think Milani Koss is what I want here, ideally, but I just don't have a good bench of heroes currently. There's other things I think I could do. I think moving Milani away from a Pious Renewal build to a Avatar of Melandria build, which I do have access to, I think that would help a lot. No, I only have Elias right now. I don't have Livia or Master on this character, I don't believe. So there's definitely a couple of things in that regard that I think would be quite helpful. Yeah, Koss is just not super desirable. I can swap Koss out for Vec. Okay, let's actually just try this. Koss, get out of here. Vec in here. I don't know why I was not doing that already. And then I do like the idea of giving this another go, but okay. I don't necessarily want to try to make MM go right now. I'm definitely moving away from the point where a Barb's build is useful. And it's probably decent enough for right now, though, when I have me, Jin, and Milani. But Milani, I want to, I don't know if I'm going to want to remove Hex here. Yeah, I don't want to go this heavy on... The imbue is nice. Avatar of Melandria gives you more health, so that makes imbue better as well. And Balthazar's Fury would be really good here, but I don't have that. I could just go Radiant Scythe. I don't think that's necessary, though. Let's go Chilling Victory. Do I have Crippling Victory? That might be better. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with Crippling Victory. I want the snare, I think. Might be helpful. I would really like Concussion Shot. That would be really good here, but I think I get that off of a skill quest and prophecy, so I don't have it yet. There's a bunch of like I wish I had this ranger skills that I just don't have because I don't. They're from prophecies stuff. I think I might just go Sundering Attack instead of the other one for right now. just don't think it matters enough, and I have enough energy management, so. Pin down is vaguely useful. I think I'm going to bring a red sig on myself, though. It's definitely useful. I'm gonna give her Peace and Harmony, I think, again. One of the advantages of Peace and Harmony is that she can use it to remove days from herself. Which is definitely useful. Maybe Shielding Hands here. I think I might try these build tweaks. Let's see. Thunderclap is an additional mass interrupt, kind of like Cry of Frustration. That's useful. Something else that could be good is Panic, but I don't have Panic unlocked yet, so. That said, I don't think... If I'm bringing you back, then Weaken Armor loses a lot of value. Not sure what I want instead, but I like Soul Barbs in some of the teams with a lot more fast Mesmer Hexes flying around. Which is not this team. This team comp is not doing that. I could go with something like Faint-Heartedness. I could go away from being slash monk. I don't think I need a ton of hex removal here anyway. But what would I be going for? It's a good question. I can throw a few points in Healing Prayers to make that a little bit better. Do I just go with like Shadow of Fear? That's good damage mitigation. I'll go with it. Okay, I'm gonna try it again with these changes to see if this helps a lot. I think Vec will be a bit better for damage, and Avatar of Melandru giving her a bunch of additional. I mean, it's about 150 health and 100 armor against those, and it can help with the burn spam, which seems good. It's just that last part with Kaolai is just so brutal. But I'd really like to get to the Jade Sea, because there's some stuff to capture there. Like, I want to get to the point where I'm able to capture like Barrage and is it Melandru Shot? I think. I don't need that happening, thanks. Definitely feel like we're going through this a little bit better. Like, one of the things that definitely struck me on that last attempt was looking over and seeing Talcora have daze on her. And that's, even if she's not being interrupted by the skill, which is, you know, by attacks, which is what daze does, obviously, or can do. Like, even if that's not happening, it still is doubling her cast times. And that slowing down a cast, like a healer like that, can be particularly rough. I might not need Glyph of Lesser Energy on Dunkoro either, now that I'm looking over at him. Definitely don't want Elias to be running Blood Magic, actually. Except for the part where I want Bip. In which case I absolutely want him to do Blood Magic. What is the 10% armor penetration? I already have 5% due to strength, so there's no reason not to use it. And you're like, wait, you're a ranger. Why do you have strength? It's this bow. It gives me strength. It's cool like that. I'm definitely feeling like I'm getting fewer gold drops than I was. If anybody needs peace and harmony, it's Elias. This ranger has ruined his life. I don't suppose I have Sundering Attack too. No, probably not. That's the Prophecies version. No, Sundering Attack, Penetrating Attack? I don't know, the Prophecies version of that skill. I don't know how often Melania's triggering her Avatar of Melandru Condi Cleanse, but it's probably somewhat regularly. I haven't been paying the closest of attention. I am glad that her imbue health is buffed by having the elite that I gave her, though. There's an invisible trigger there that makes the enemies move out of the area, so you're not fighting them at the same time that you're fighting Tanai, and that's definitely good. I like avoiding doing that. Pro tip, Frenzy makes you take double damage. Man, Cancel Stances is like such a neat thing for like exactly around 3 skills. There's a stance-based Shadow Step that they absolutely curb stomped. It was such a cool skill, but then it was also super busted in PvP, so then they destroyed it, and I am still slightly upset about that. And then like being able to cancel like Frenzy or Primal Rage, the Elite Frenzy. There's also Frenzied Defense, which is a very dubious skill that gives you 75% chance to block, but also take double damage. That you can all cancel stance out of those. Cancel stancing is just you can only use one stance at a time, so as soon as you use a new one, your previous one ends. For those who might be watching this who aren't familiar with the concept. It has several useful things, basically, of like getting you out of a stance that you don't want to be in. Oh, there's also actually another assassin stance that gives you a 50% move speed buff, and when it ends, you shadow step back to the location you started it. And cancel stancing out of that is also potentially quite useful. Mirrored stance is a really weird skill, though, and that one's hard to find good use cases for. That's a assassin hex that makes you enter the stance that your enemy uses whenever they use a stance. I definitely feel like this is going cleaner. Yeah, this is a better team comp. It doesn't help that a lot of my heroes have bad weapons. Hooray, your healing circle sucks. That is all. I'm sad that I'm going to have to waste skill points and money on acquiring it, but that's part of unlocking all skills, baby. You have to get the bad skills with the good. Let's just aggro those guys. Nope. Wait for them to come to us. Definitely a crowd. Good, somebody else got the Ray of Judgment. I was too late with my D shot to hit it, but I'm glad to see it was interrupted. Yeah, you don't need a lightning orb, thanks. Oh, that's so many Ellies back there. Actually, standing in the well is a good plan. Okay, well, I stopped that Ray of Judgment. And that one landed on an Acolyte Jinn who is just minding her own business. Man, this flatbow is cool, except for the part where flatbow range is actually super obnoxious. Because I keep shooting enemies outside of aggro range for my heroes. Well, lava arrows is not the most important skill to stop. Mind burn is definitely more important, but they'll still drop their DPS. No, I need to... Oh, there's some gold over here too. Hey, Jaizanju. Go open the door, please. I definitely feel like I'm making better time. Which probably isn't that surprising. Okay. One of the things that you saw as I stepped in here and all the afflicted aggroed and started running over to me. That's definitely a thing that'll happen. Okay, stopped a broadhead arrow, so that's no longer going to be an issue. Man, these guys are such a pain in the face. I'm glad they frenzy, but like... Yeah, I don't want to frenzy against these guys. I definitely have more chances to use frenzy than I am using it. But I also don't feel a particular need to take double damage. It's really interesting, actually. This is the technical difference between minus 40 armor and take double damage. No determined shot, I guess. Because on its surface, they kind of do the same thing, but they also don't. Because if you... Basically, minus 40 armor is taking double damage from armor respecting sources. But if you have damage mitigation effects, then it makes things a little bit different. And armor ignoring effects also. Like, if you're healing signating and you're hit by energy surge, you're not going to take any more damage. But if you're hit by Bradgord's invocation, you will. It's just kind of interesting. Okay. I want to make sure she's refreshed on this. Okay, let's just trigger the pain and suffering. Yep. Here they come. Let's back up, 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 back up. Oh, look at that. Just intimidating mob. That is so atrocious. Why would they do that to you? Okay, well, I stopped Ray of Judgment, which was my goal. Talcora got wrecked. But the good news is we didn't wipe. And I need to remember I have a res sig. Okay, that went so much better than what I have been doing. I'm going to attribute that to both a combination of better tactics. I want to take these Temple Guardians out. And better team comp. Better tactics include letting them congregate up first before going in, and preparing Milani to run in, and whatnot. Hoped I might catch a vengeful weapon there. I did not. Okay. Always awkward when I'm still fighting and it's run out of range for my other heroes. I feel like I'm talking about that a lot. And it is awkward. I should probably drop Glyph of Lesser from Dunkoro. Don't know what I want in that spot instead, but I don't think he needs it. Healing Signet just has too long of a recharge for that to be particularly of an energy concern. And everything else is just not enough of a gain. Doing prepared shot without a preparation up is a little bit sad, but sun's not even up yet. No, we don't need that. Sun won't be up for like another hour, roughly. My experience this past week. I do quite like sunrise, but I'm gonna be cautious here and take out these rangers. Okay. Yeah, you can daze me all you want. It doesn't mean anything. I've got so much time here. Okay. I'm gonna refresh her thing and then okay, I'm just gonna drop her lock. We're not done until we clear out this whole group in the middle. This gives you time to capture Vizu's elite skill, which is really important from a design standpoint. Also gives me a little bit of a chance to loot stuff. In fact, what are you even attempting to do up there? Okay, well, you got P&H'd, which is good, because you had a massive pile of nonsense on you. I want you to go over on that guy. Okay. Well, I made it through that, so that was rough. But I made it. I just got my pumpkin pie. Okay, somebody might need to clear out his inventory, and that somebody is moi. Oh yeah, this weird scepter that I was thinking of giving to Elias. I mean, an icy hammer haft is potentially useful. Don't legitimately know why I have it sitting over here, though. I'm just checking these things to make sure nothing kind of weirdly slipped in or whatever. I've got some pie to drop off. I've got some cider. I said I've got some cider. It goes over here, though. I wonder if bone is still valuable. I should check that at some point. Cool. That is exactly what I wanted to see from that. Okay, that didn't salvage worth anything. Hopeful, but you never know. Virtuoso's Minor Error. This one I'm going to need to check. I need to do some rune malarkey on this character anyway. Protective icons. Chitin. That is... I'm going to be real, folks. I was not expecting chitin out of that. I do need to be getting more wood at some point, but I'll worry about that later. Oh, an ox mastery? Axe mastery. Yeah. It's really tricky, these mods, because they can be useful if you want to do conjure builds, like the shocking axe mod here. Is quite useful for that purpose, but like, how often am I going to actually want to do conjure lightning? The answer is not very. This must be a quest reward. Looks like a prophecy's quest reward. I'm gonna grab an expert salvage kit. I already have one. Well, I have another one, so there. More of regular stuff too. Yeah. I might have an excessive number of kits on this character right now. But I'm happy to be past that. At least. I do want to figure out what I want to dye this, but I just don't have a huge dye collection right now on this account. All kind of weirdly scattered and whatnot. I definitely have a lot of cloth that I've accumulated. I'm not too concerned about more cloth. I could use more of the rare cloth-like materials, such as damask and linen, but it's not a huge priority. Need to talk with Emperor Kisu. Hey, Vizu. It is really cool. You can come back here. I did what I call a slow playthrough, where I was going through and reading all of the lore and everything. Being very lore focused. And when I got to factions, I was constantly checking in with all of those NPCs. Like, after every step of the way. Which, it was pretty neat, actually, just from the standpoint of, I'm going to leave a signative capture on my bar here right now, just in case I run across something I do want to capture. But anyway, in that I did go back to Tonikai Temple and talk to them, like, regularly. This guy just customizes gear, so that's a little underwhelming. Not without its uses, but a little underwhelming. I'm going to leave Milani as she is for now. She's a good bar in situations where we have a lot of conditions being put on us. And also good in situations where we have a lot of elementalists being a pain in the rear end. I'm glad that those changes allowed me to be able to get through there, though. Yeah, it's obstructed. Hmm. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to need to bring 2 seconds of capture when I do Senjiang District. I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. The chance that I have... It's like, what, a 50-50 for any given profession to show up? Because, or no, it's a little bit better than that. But I'm not going to need the warrior one anyway. Like, I'll capture that on my warrior. No, it would be 50-50 because there's 8 professions available in the Senjiang District mission. Yeah. Not super relevant. Okay, now I need to meet her outside the gates of Matu Keep, which you can just go to Matu Keep if you already have it. It's a bit silly not to. I mean, you can walk all the way around, but why? It's right over here. Speak with lift operator Scholes. I've always kind of liked this little entrance area into the Eckerwald Forest. Pongwai Valley is kind of a neat interstitial zone. I've done a lot of random build testing out here for no good reason. Just because it's neat. And discovered certain things that heroes don't do. Like skills I just absolutely refuse to use for no obvious reason. Oh, this is going to be an annoying mission, though. This Arborstone is... Honestly, Boreas Seabed and Arborstone both are really obnoxious on a physical attacker. Martial character, whatever you want to call it. I should hand out some mirrors to poor people in Kainang City and have them go like, why is this... Why does the Celestial Ministry think I need this? Because the Celestial Ministry... Like, so many of the quests in Kainang, and I kind of like that they do this, are just like the Celestial Ministry clearly just being super out of touch. And a massive pile of bureaucracy. There's just like this huge pile of out of touch bureaucracy, and it's quite amusing, in my opinion. Let's see. I'm not going to capture Forceful Blow on this character at this point in time. There's a chance that I'll do it later, so that way I can run a Bunny Thumper build, but I already have it on my warrior, and I don't need to spend money double dipping on elite skills right now. I mean, I have already, quite frankly, on some of the monk ones, for example, but I have a whammo that I got a bunch of monk elites on, but that was also to get that going on this account. So I don't think it was entirely unwarranted. But it's still inefficient, so not always going to 100% optimize everything, but there's just the chances I'm going to want to run a Bunny Thumper build on this character anytime soon are very low. These guys are... I like the idea of what these guys do, but it's just not... PvE encounters go too fast to make the seconds required to cast nature rituals worthwhile. They have Rot Wallows powering their gondola thingy. Did they show it moving in this? Yeah. I wonder technically how tricky this was for them to implement or not. So they've done a good job of making it look like it's being moved by a Rot Wallow and a hamster wheel. Okay, yes, I'm not here for lore. I've done that playthrough already. I'm here for skills. Right. Is there anything I need to clear out of my inventory? Nope. I just have booze that I will... Decent chance I'll get more of. So... Alright. That means it is time to hit the enter mission button and then be really annoyed with things that I have to carry around. There's River at the start of this who probably has Lacerate, which I do need to capture. I'm not thrilled about the idea of capturing it, but it is a skill, so skills I never use are still skills that I want to have unlocked. You know, it's nice to be fighting enemies that don't explode on me when they die. Ooh. Tanned hide squares are a bit more useful to me than cloth, just because I've had so many characters that need it. At this point, actually, I don't really need crafting materials for armor, except for, like, more headpieces, I think. I do eventually want to get, like, elite armor for the various characters, but that is... To say that that's a long ways off is putting it mildly. It's interesting. I'm thinking about how, like, so many of my resources in this are going towards skills, obviously. How I'm taking that into account with my expenditures. And it makes me think of in Guild Wars 2 how I'm still trying to grind for that stupid legendary relic. And how much, like, my gold is just dedicated to that. Lots of other things I'd like to get, but, like... Until I get my hundreds of thousands of lucent motes, it doesn't... It's not... Nothing else is quite as high of a priority. It's funny, too, because I've had, like, the other parts of it for probably a year now, at least. And it's just that one's just been so slow to get. I really think they overcharged for that, but whatever. I'm sure they had their reasons at ArenaNet. Even though I think Ritual, or Relics is the, one of the things that most benefits from having a Legendary. And they should have made it way more accessible for buildcraft reasons, but... Whatever. Their entire build system in Guild Wars 2 is garbage, so... There's some good ideas there. I think some of the stuff with traits can be kind of interesting and stuff, but, like... The fact that you need to have different pieces of equipment so much in order to be able to change what your build does is prohibitive for experimentation and really encourages, like, very straightforward buildcraft. So that way you can have functional equipment without having to worry too much about things. And I don't know, I don't like the Guild Wars 2 build system. The fact that I enjoy the game despite that is a testament to, like, how well they do with the overall design of the game, but the build system is so bad. But I will not continue to harp on that right now. Right now, my goal is to clear out the wardens of within this area. I think River should be up top, and I imagine he has Lacerate. Rid of Laceration. Please use your... special blood to open these doors. Blood of Zuhelzer. Magical barriers put in place by a Zuhelzer family member are opened. Be curious to see if these... Hello, Polyester Kyle. Yes, it has not started yet, but you are correct. This is the mission where rocks constantly fall on your head. That will be starting once we collect the Urn of St. Victor. And to do that, we need to clear out the wardens that are infesting the place. But you are remembering correctly. Thankfully, they are not rocks fall everyone dies. It's going pretty well. I managed to get through Tanakai Temple. It took me several tries, but I did manage to get through it. Had to, like, tweak how I was doing things. And that's why I have Avatar of Melandri and Milani over there. It's pretty rough. It helps a bit if you understand where, like, because like almost all of the rooms have triggers for enemies to start moving, and if you're cautious about that, it can help reduce how much you kind of get overwhelmed. But yeah, the hardest part is definitely Kalai, the ritualist boss. At least for me. That's a brutal mission though. Yeah, let's not have you healing. Well, somebody else got to that first, but whatever. The point is, trolling you got interrupted. Oh, this is a Mesmer boss up here. I'm used to thinking of there being a ranger boss up here. Is there a ranger boss somewhere in this mission? I'm not going crazy, am I? Ow. Okay. This guy is a menace and needs to go down. Oh, my goodness. Cry frustrations for 150 are brutal. Yeah, it's the double damage. Guy's hitting like a freaking truck. Okay, everything else is gonna seem tame in comparison. Okay, could we stop having people dying in our backline though? That would be helpful. Yeah, no, I'm not using Frenzy very often though. If I feel safe that I'm not being attacked, I'll use it every now and then. I was not frenzying when I got hit by that E-Surge. It's the boss double damage. Yeah, it makes them hit like trucks. Pretty rough. And the fact that that's such an offensively oriented domination Mesmer is also unusual for enemies. We'll go ahead and frenzy here. Well, now this guy's up in my face, so cancel it for whirling defense, but you know. Okay, I'm gonna grab this hard apple cider. And these tanned hide squares. Okay, time to go pick up a box. This is going to be really annoying because I have to carry this box around, but... Really? That's your pathfinding? Okay. Yep, here's the part where rocks start falling on everyone's heads. Yeah, let's not have you Gale on us, eh? There's actually like several different paths you can take through here, but I always go for the middle one. I'm at like maximum range, and so they were not. The rest of my team was not fighting that guy very well. I know. It was actually quite a while in Sunjang District before I realized you could even pick up the Spear of Archimedes in the Urn of St. Victor. You can. You don't need them. Frankly, I think the faction story is pretty weak. There's a lot of assumptions that are being made for no well-articulated reason. Also, the heck is this stair step? Look at this. The stair is freaking, like, as tall as my character. And yet, Ridiculous. Whatever. I have some damage absorption. I can frenzy these things. It also kind of, I don't know. If I were doing the faction story, I would put way more emphasis on the titular factions instead of having them be like one mission each and that's it. I think the other thing too is I think the map is just badly designed. I think there should have been more maps that connected the Jade Sea and the Echofold Forest and more points of connection. And you needed a lot more stuff showing you the fight between the two. There are some quests that emphasize it, but for a game that is named Factions because it's about the Kurziks and the Luxons fighting each other, it doesn't do a very good job of putting that foot forward. Which I think is just a very strange design decision. Too far away to see if River's in there. I mean, honestly, I would. It's Guild Wars like Shiro Returns, is exactly what's going on here, right? Shiro's Return. That is what it is. We have Night Falls, the Flameseeker Prophecies, and Shiro's Return. Like that tells you all that you need to know about the actual plot going on here. I'm de-aggroing Milani from the people down the edge because she was hobbling after them. Yeah, those ones are. I know River is in that area sometimes. Yeah, the barb traps are kind of annoying. The rubble interrupting me is also kind of annoying. It keeps stopping me from reading the wind. Which I suppose makes a great deal of sense, that having rocks falling on your head makes it hard to pay attention to what the wind is doing, but you know. Some of us are trying to use our skills here. Alright. I don't know, those guys went down faster than I expected, I guess. Not complaining. I managed to get rid of the wind off before rocks fell on my head. Okay, I don't know who's got the healing seed on them, but it is cooking. It was probably Milani. Okay, we have over aggroed slightly by the appearance of things. By the appearance, I mean dead heroes. I'm gonna turn Bip off for the moment. Just do it manually. I just don't want him to be tanking his HP like that. No, I left on Koro, Sigma, or Glyph of Lesser, but I guess it's fine at the moment. Okay, they need Bip on the healers. I think things are stabilized enough. I don't need to worry about him plummeting his HP. Yeah, I don't necessarily like to do too much micromanaging because it's annoying, but sometimes a little bit's maybe not a bad idea. Man, I think it normally is a ranger boss down. I just got unlucky and got the mesmer boss. Hmm. I wish I could give Elias his Arno Saint Victor. Unfortunately, the heroes don't get this damage mitigation effect. I don't know why, it just doesn't. Come on, you can go over there. I did not really care about stopping lacerate. It's not a very good skill. We got some Oni. What even is this one? Can't be the target of enchantments, eh? That's a very PvP coded skill. Very PvP coded. And Oni are so much more annoying in Guild Wars 2. I don't know. There's this weird trend of like normal Guild Wars 1 enemy and Guild Wars 2 super terrifying boss. It's just like, why is this like this? Definitely feels like we're living, like Guild Wars 1 is in a like stronger era than Guild Wars 2, if that makes sense. A river scale boss? I don't know. Stone Judge here can be a real menace. It's level 27 and hits like a truck and has the boss double damage nonsense. We can keep damage to like Talcora and Milani. That'll help. Okay. Now we just need to clear out that crippling victory. Where the heck is Danica? I'm going to clear out these enemies, but then I need to figure out what the heck happened to Danica. Oh my goodness, these guys are... Okay. Okay, it just fell over. We're fine. There's pros and cons. I've enjoyed Guild Wars 2. I think that a lot of the core design... I think a lot of the... like the base game or whatever you want to call it. Like basically I think the design of the game is better in the expansions, like the later expansions in Guild Wars 2. I don't know what's going on with Danica. I think she just got stuck on something. I had this happen, or something like this happen in yeah, I think Guild Wars 1 has better core like design fundamentals than Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2 I have fun playing and I enjoy it, but its buildcraft is substantially worse, and I think it's like its combat works and has some good elements to it, but I also think it is fundamentally a little bit weaker. Like Guild Wars 2 has this problem where it's caught in between trying to be an action game and trying to be Guild Wars 1, and it suffers for that, in my opinion. So there are things that they manage to do that are fun, but I do think it's like core fundamental like build design is terrible, and It's yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I remember when Guild Wars 1 first came, or Guild Wars 2 first came out. I played it for quite a while, kind of like off of that initial hype. I don't like the Guild Wars 2 crafting system. It's way too grindy, but... Okay, where are you, Danica? All the way back here. I like ground targeting in Guild Wars 2 for skills. I think that's good. Okay, I have no idea what happened that caused her to just stay there, but... Anyway. Where was I? But yeah, I think... Like... I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to articulate exactly. The build system in Guild Wars 1... Oh yeah, when I first started playing Guild Wars 2, I had fun with it off the initial hype for a while. But then I kind of hit a point where I realized I was just playing it not because I was having fun. And that's when I stopped playing it for quite a while. I dipped in with Heart of Thorns, but I missed like the Living World Season 1 for the most part. And didn't really follow Heart of Thorns super well that first time through, as I recall. And then I stopped playing it for a really long time. And then I had enough people talk about like Path of Fire being good and stuff like that. How the heck did Danica end up over there? I'm really glad she didn't just randomly die to the wardens I didn't kill, but what the heck? She's booking it though. She knows where she's trying to get to. I just assumed she was following me. But anyway, so I did finally, like, a few years ago, decide to come back and try out like when they're on sale, getting Heart of Thorns, or not Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire and End of Dragons, and I had fun with those. I think there's a lot of like other design things that they did to help improve the enjoyment of playing them. The thing is, they've kind of gone back on that. There's a lot of things that add their own types of buffs and occasionally debuff effects. Blood of Zuhelzer got interrupted by falling rocks. And like, I get some of what they were trying to do as well. Like, Guild Wars 2 is much more of a solo game. And that's one of the problems that it has. So one of the fundamental problems of Guild Wars 2 is that your build is a lot more streamlined, and you're a lot more like, what am I doing? And the end result of that is, most of the time, for at least for open world content, you're probably playing DPS plus something else. And it doesn't help that, like, so in this game how you have these attributes that dictate how good your skills are. They have something kind of like that in Guild Wars 2, also called attributes, that determine how effective you are. And it's entirely attached to your equipment. And so, like, your effectiveness of your build is entirely equipment-based. It's kind of like how runes have an impact on your build in this game, except if it was the only way that you can assign stuff is with runes, and you have 12 pieces of equipment plus your weapons that are all affecting it. So you have, like, 13 to 14 pieces of equipment that are affecting the effectiveness of your build. And it's too much. So there are not heroes or henchmen because it does not make sense. The Guild Wars 2 is not designed for you to need to group up. It is a persistent open world. For the most part, there's instanced areas, and like there are definitely builds that are trying to be more team based, but honestly, it's not that hard to get exotics. Like max gear. Yeah, they're having... Right now is actually not a bad time to get into Guild Wars 2 because I think they're having a bunch of Black Friday sales. But like trying to organize your... Like trying to make a good... Like, so here's the thing. It's like there's legendary equipment in the game, and the perk of legendary equipment is you can change the skin for free and you can change the stats for free. And being able to just freely reallocate your stats is bonkers for actually being able to, like, change your build and experiment. And the fact that that's locked behind extremely grind-heavy legendary equipment is absolutely bananas. It is such bad design, in my opinion. I have a YouTube channel where I put like the stream VODs and stuff, and I have a bunch of other stuff there too that I've done over the years. But I had a video just where I went into build craft in Guild Wars 1 versus Guild Wars 2. And it's just, every time I think about it, I'm like, why did they think this was a good system with what they did with the Guild Wars 2? It's your armor and maximum health directly take away from your ability to deal damage, which is always a problem in design because you either have a choice between being a glass cannon or like being able to take every single hit in the world and not being able to dish any damage out, which is not fun. And also the effectiveness of your healing is also linked there. Like there's just, everything is linked to these attributes, and so it's constantly like a trade-off of, okay, do you want to be able to deal damage? Do you want to be able to X, Y, or Z? And it's just, ugh. I don't think the Guild Wars 2 build system is good. I think I find the game to overall be fun despite that, but there's a lot of, the game managed to be fun in spite of its design, not because of it, that I experienced with Guild Wars 2. Where I feel like Guild Wars 1 has really, really strong core design, but there's a lot of like the side design stuff is maybe kind of weak in a lot of spots. I need to make sure Master Togo doesn't die. And I feel like the opposite is true with Guild Wars 2, where its core design is really weak, but it manages to get a lot of the side stuff really well done. If that makes any sort of sense. Hopefully it does. Okay, I know there's 2 ranger bosses in this one. And I think one of them is Broadhead Arrow, which I already have. And I think the other is one that I don't have yet. But I do think Guild Wars 2 is able to manage to be fun a lot of the time, and I enjoy a lot of what it does story-wise. Recent expansions have been digging more into like the Mersat and Seers and stuff, which is cool. Okay, I'm going to look up Boreas Seabed. Excuse me, got some hiccups. Okay, hit caps lock at some point. I keep having hiccups too. Okay, it is Barrage, which I am absolutely going to want to capture. Little awkward with what I've got going right now, but... Oh, I guess I need to go talk to Eldoria, whose name I am used by constantly. Infiltrators. That's a assassin one you don't see very often. I wonder which one of those is like the best one. Because there's like plus 10 versus physical damage, which would bring you up to 80, which is not terrible. And then an additional plus 10 versus different types. I'm not sure which is most common. Factions has some tricky spots. One of the like Argo is a particular hazard in this one. I always wonder if you can get what goodies you can get out of some of these. Yeah, and it's just because elementalist bosses are absolutely nutso in factions especially is where you really feel it. Okay. Do I want to bring Broadhead Arrow? I might just go like this and Broadhead Arrow and stop bringing Frenzy that I never use anyway. Maybe swap those though. One of the other problems is if you're using henchmen in this one, the it's not too bad here because it's like Sue is decent, but the henchmen in the Jade Sea, especially once they do the Jade Sea proper and aren't just like here are the students, are absolute garbage. The Jade Sea has such bad henchman selection. Well, I haven't located the merchant, and I don't feel like it's going to be a problem, so I'm just going to enter the mission. Okay. The seeding for this is definitely rather significant. If you think about it. We're probably last seed, so we're having to fight everyone. The fewer teams you have to fight, the better your odds of winning are. I hadn't really thought about that before, but this definitely has a specific tournament structure. Argo over there is a real freaking menace, though. Lingering Curse. Interesting choice. Mrs. Resig. Take that suffering. That guy has to be Broadhead Arrow. There's no way you'd put Barrage. Yeah. That's what I thought. It would be the height of nonsense to put... Barrage removes preparations, so you wouldn't run a preparation on a... I might actually get heal as one on my Necro. My Necro is an NR with Necro Ranger with some pet stuff going on. Woohoo! Interrupted Life Sheath with Broadhead Arrow? That's gotta feel bad. Yeah, Necro unfortunately is like kind of clunky. There's Barrage, which is what I was wanting to get. That's a really nice elite to have access to. It's been a long time coming, that's for sure. Honestly, Mesmer is the best damage dealing caster because of its armor ignoring damage. Ellie can do some fun stuff, but ow. Okay, we stopped Argo's Cry, which is good, because Argo's Cry is just Meteor Shower. I am kind of face tanking here, but I want to keep the pressure up on Argo. And I do have additional armor against fire, so I'm pretty good against it. It's unfortunate. Like, there's cool stuff that you can do with Necro. Ellie can be a lot of fun. But armor ignoring damage is just so good later game in like all of the campaigns that it's just hard to recommend. Like Mesmer is just damage and disruption, so it does too many things too well, and there's not a whole lot the arena has done about that. And like it's rough because like you do want Mesmer to have a place, but like I feel like it comes at the cost of of Elementalist's place. Like, there are things that you could do to make Elementalist better. But, like, the things you need to do to make Elementalist better are, like... Okay, maybe I do want to swap those. I'm used to Prepared Shot there, so I'm maybe overusing it. But so much could be improved for the Elementalist if they just had more like Ice Elemental enemies that actually have weaknesses that are real weaknesses to damage types. And that's one of the biggest problems is that they just gave things too much armor and that they made... But then there's armor ignoring damage, and it's just... Anything that deals armor ignoring damage is just going to be superior to things that care about armor. That's part of like why the dagger spam stuff works so well, is because so much of the damage is armor ignoring. So, especially against those later enemies that are super tanky. And the thing is, like, if their tankiness was through the effective use of skills, that'd be one thing. Because then you'd have to bring mitigation factors. But it's just, like, they gave them a lot of health and armor. What you want? Kind of want to just let this spear build up, but that also means I'm kind of just standing here holding a stick that I can't do anything with. Dropping a rank 5 one of these on Zuhanuku is effective. Does a lot of damage. Hello, Dr. Frenchie. Almost wanted to call you Dr. French Fry. Yeah, it does. But welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, you can use Warrior's Endurance for energy management. There might be other effective ways of doing it too. But Warriors, especially with some of the anniversary stuff. But Warrior's Endurance is a typical one. Yeah, I don't ever bother paying attention to PVX Wiki, but I know a lot of people like it. And I'm glad that sort of resource exists for the community. I just enjoy making my own builds enough that I don't bother. Really? You had to knock me down. Get barraged. I am focused on this boss. I know that chat's moving. I want to pick up the Spear of Archimorphs before it dies. That way, when I run off into the sunset, I run off with it. Wham is quite a grind. I have a character that's very close, but I like need some of those additional niggly bits of cartography, and I haven't bothered setting stuff up to help with that yet. Yeah, if you try to do stuff outside the meta, you either have to... There's basically two ways that you can approach it. Either you are more optimizing for the area than standard meta stuff does, which is really hard to actually be effective at. Or you're doing stuff that's kind of like good but half forgotten about, or you're just having to accept that you're going suboptimal. But yeah, I have a character that's almost at Gwam, but I need Drunkard and Sweet Tooth plus cartography, and it's just like, bleh. Like, the cartography titles are rough. They're just rough. It's like, you know, I'm over 95%, I think, in all of them, but... Yeah, getting Gwam without... Especially without Cardo overlays is huge. Cartography is no joke. What does Krakenite give? Okay, that was deeply not worth salvaging. I might not be able to use Phineas's services. I'm even on Kurzik and Luxon. Okay, you'll let me. Yeah, when Nightfall first came out, it was 3 heroes cap, and then they did 7 hero cap upgrade. After a few years, I don't remember exactly. But yeah, people use henchmen, which obvious choice, but okay. So right now, what I have to ask myself is, do I want to go back to Broadhead Arrow? Because if I use Barrage is really good, but I do drop Read the Wind because Read the Wind is really non-functional with Barrage. I might actually go Pin down here and then a Signet of Capture. I don't like that. But that's when I think people call it like Sabway or whatever, because everything is called way after I Will Avenge You, aka Iway. But I remember it was the Discord builds that people were especially fond of running at those times. Yeah, Ignite Arrows is the one that you're thinking of. There's also Kindle Arrows. It doesn't work with Barrage, though, because Barrage removes your preparations. There is Incendiary Arrows, which it does work with, which shoots 3 arrows, and that is fun with Ignite Arrows. It's not good, but it is fun. Unfortunately, Ignite Arrows is just pitiful amounts of damage, so... But I'm a long ways away from being able to do that, because I'd need to get this character to Hell's Precipice? No. To the Ring of Fire. Yeah. It can work surprisingly well, except for enemies having too much armor later on, and that makes the small amounts of damage just atrocious. And hard to have it add up to anything meaningful. But yeah, like, they will use Ignite Arrows with Rodgort's Mark of Rodgort to set your whole team on fire, and it's really effective. You can absolutely do that too, but it's clunky. Clunkier than you'd expect, anyway. Because there is Kindle Arrows as well, which makes your arrows deal fire damage and then have plus damage, but... Yeah, that's the thing, is there's just too many small numbers with it, for sure. So the goal, I'm doing hand gestures so that you can't see. The goal overall so this is my second account. And my first account, I unlocked all skills, you know, 2007 probably. I had, you know, when Nightfall came out, it wasn't long before I had all of the skills unlocked, and they haven't really added new skills to unlock since then. They have added some new skills, but they're not ones that get unlocked because they're PvE only skills, and PvE only skills do not get unlocked on your account. So this is my second account, and it's just because it'd been such a long time since I'd done the whole process of unlocking all skills. I was curious about what it was like, so my objective was to, you know, just unlock all skills on this account. So with this character in particular, my goal is progress, get more skills unlocked. That's basically it. Oh man, I forgot Barrage doing a bunch of stuff. So it's been a fun challenge. It's been interesting, like, logistically, there's a lot of, like, okay, do I want, like, where are my priorities for trying to unlock stuff? So that's also been very interesting. Oh my goodness, look at how far away I'm doing this from. Friggin' Bow Heights. Imagine if this was nearby instead of adjacent. That would be even more horrifying. So yeah, it's been interesting. Like, I had a dervish that I'm like, okay, I need to push this dervish to Kodesh Bazaar so I can unlock irresistible sweep, so I can deal with all of the stances that the you have whirling defense that the Cornin spam, and you have flashing blades that the Amphoss spam. Yeah, it's not anything particularly fancy. 15 marksmanship, 14 expertise. But the big thing that's going on here too is I have 5 strength because of my bow. This is a special anniversary bow that gives you 5 strength, which gives me a little bit of armor penetration on my barrage, which is kind of cool. But the other thing you have to remember is, like, that angle in particular, like, barrage is plus 20 damage at this attribute. But that when you're shooting from higher up, your ranged weapons like bows and I think spears also do more damage and have more range. And when you're going uphill, they're reduced in effectiveness. So that spot in particular was especially advantageous for me. Yeah, it has a lot of really cool things. There's definitely some stuff that they do for optimization that results in some wonkiness. Like melee attacks don't care about your vertical distance, for example. But yeah, ranged weapons do care about your vertical, which is... It's wild that range cares about your vertical and melee doesn't, but here we are. It's just the way that they optimized things. But yeah, it's like there's 5 different types of bows, and like horn bows have inbuilt armor penetration, and like there's different ranges and attack speeds and flight, like how long it takes the arrow to fly out, because they have different flight times. So like flat bows have really long flight times, so it's easy for the arrows to miss because of enemies like suddenly moving and stuff like that. There's a lot of complexity to how bows work. It's wild. No other weapon is complicated because there's, like I said, 5 different types of bows with a bunch of different properties between them. So like recurve bows have kind of a slower attack speed, but they have the shortest flight time, so they're easier to interrupt with and kind of a medium range. Short bows, and they also have short bows and flat bows have the fastest attack speed. Long bows and flat bows have the longest range, but flat bows have like one of the longer flight arcs, so it's easier to miss with them. Yeah, there's just all sorts of different things going on there. I do wish this was something other than sundering. what you're gonna do. Yay, leather square. I don't know when I'm going to need leather squares, but it's nice to accumulate them. There's definitely some crafting stuff that's wonky. Steel is not worth crafting ever, because the cost to craft steel is probably less than it sells for on the rare materials trading, or on the rare materials trader. And you can salvage, like expert salvage or superior salvage it out of stuff that contains iron. And crafting it is like a bunch of iron that's already got some value to it, plus charcoal and like 200 gold. And charcoal is like 10 wood and 200 gold. And it's just like, why did they make the ingredients to steel so expensive that it's just never economically viable to craft it? You're better off just trying to salvage it or buy it from the trader. Probably used Aegis. I don't think I have Aegis unlocked on this account yet. They've changed some of the spawns here. Oh yeah, this is where there's these 4 guys who just... Last I remember, they had a broken trigger and just didn't do anything. I'll just kind of stand there and let you shoot at them. Yeah, look at this. This is slower than getting my whole team involved, but it's funny when there's little bits like that. There was a spot in Hell's Precipice where there was some Jade that a Mersat would run away from you and activate. And if you killed the Mersat first, then the Jade wouldn't activate. And at some point they changed it so that way the Jade were just always active, which is kind of an unfortunate little thing. I think... I don't know why that ended up happening. Also, the sun's come up now. It's dawn outside. Hey, Dune fan. Good to see you. I'm having way more people show up at this time of day than I would have expected. I don't know where y'all are at, but it's like 7:30 in the morning for me. The street light outside just turned off. Texas. So it is like what? I don't know if you're in Mountain or Central in Austin. Central. So it's like 9:30 there. Oh, good old... What, 5:30 p.m.? Yeah. I kind of figured this would be a reasonable time for UK, or for European viewers. I need to... I really do need to spend some time checking out these runes. Okay, where is... There's the Shunlai. And this is the mission where we got the Spear of Archimedes and the Urn of St. Victor for, and I was like, why bother? I don't need these. Well, we'll see if the Ranger boss spawns or not. It might not. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay. Is there anything that I'm going to want to tweak build-wise? I think I'm doing okay so far. I could switch Jin over to a build more like mine. That might not be bad. She does have penetrating attack. I think I probably got that on my Necromancer. I might pick it up on my Ranger then, but I don't need it. This is my second account, and I haven't played it that much. That is the explanation to your question. My main account, the bank is capped out, I'm pretty sure, but not so here. Yes, let's go with lightning reflexes. Okay. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. See, Urn of St. Victor and Spear of Archimedes. We did all that work in the last 2 missions, Arborstone and Boreas Seabed, to get them. And now we're going to completely ignore them because carrying them around would be annoying. And they don't contribute that much. They do contribute a little bit, but... This might actually... I don't know if this is... I know I got decently far in factions with my warrior, but I don't remember how far. I don't remember if I did Sunjang yet or not. Kind of a neat view with those things over there. Yeah, I knew Ray of Judgment was coming. I'm serious. I didn't like even know that they were a thing for a long time. They're just kind of like quietly set off to the side, and so it's super easy to just ignore them. I might carry them if I'm on a caster, but I fat fingered and did not interrupt that Ray of Judgment, which is annoying, but yeah, the spear is good. It does do a bunch of damage. Ooh. Could this be Vigor rune? The answer is no. It is Major Death, which is not especially useful to me. Death is like one of those that you most want to superior. But it's just funny to me that's like, okay, we made a big deal about getting these artifacts from these legendary heroes because they were able to defeat Shiro Togachi, and for some reason we need their stuff. How did they defeat him the first time? I don't know, but we need his we need these legendary things because they were able to defeat Shiro Togachi. It's just the whole plot of this game feels ludicrously contrived to me. But oh well. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. That it's really telling when you look at it, look at the books. Because here we have the Flameseeker Prophecies for Prophecies, and we have Nightfalls for Nightfall, and we have Shiro's Return for Factions. What is the story actually about? I think it's telling you. It's funny, they're actually talking about this on stream, on like the Extra Life stream, of like, there was no B team. It was just everyone. I think that's pretty interesting. There's Shiro Tagachi hanging out. I believe people have found ways of killing him with indirect necromancer lifesteal skills. I am definitely not taking my usual route through here. Man, I really want a short bow. I don't like the long flight time of the flat bow. Oh man. I'm still thinking about that moment when I interrupted a reversal of fortune earlier. Just D-shotted it. It's really hard to hit interrupts with the flat bow, though. I do like the additional armor penetration that this gives me, but I remember like people were frustrated about various things about factions, including its length. There's a lot of complaints about how short it is, and how much smaller the world. But like the world, recurves are really good because of interrupt, but short bow attack speed is nice, and it's hard to argue with that. But recurve has definitely been like my default bow for a lot of my rangers. Recurves are more of a PvP bow just because they're really good for interrupting. Because they have the shortest flight time and kind of a medium range, but they are really slow on the attack rate. But I like recurves. I just don't have very many weapons on this account in general, and this character's bow collection is no exception to that. Okay, I'm definitely taking a weird way through this, and it's confusing me slightly. Nope. Nope, I don't want to see Aegis. Yeah, especially if you're going more control-y. I like short bow just because it has a decent attack rate, and the other thing that I've been running into as a problem with this flat bow is that I will be attacking enemies at my range, and that's outside of the aggro range for my heroes, so they just kind of stand around looking at me funny, which has been a little obnoxious. This looks like a turtle shell. I haven't really thought about this before, but this looks like an enormous turtle shell. I don't know what it is or why it's here, but I do have Rotwing's recurve bow. I could be using that. But I kind of want the armor penetration of this flat bow, so... I mean, that could absolutely be Yes. Victory is mine. I stopped Ray of Judgment. I have a very low bar for victory. My BIP died. As is their wont. Okay, Rotwing. You're not going to save this for me, are you? Because I'm shooting uphill. Excuse me, I'm going to do the thing where I stand at a higher ground instead of a low ground, and then I shoot my arrows at everybody. Works a little bit better that way. I think I missed Ray of Judgment because it got interrupted and then hit Reversal of Fortune. I think that just happened, which is wild. Things be wonky sometimes, yo. If I attack from over here, then I don't have to worry about aggroing those guys over there. And now a cutscene. And now a cutscene. Okay. Necro. Okay, I did get Ranger Construct, which is nice. Warrior Construct is 100 blades, which don't think I care that much about. I would have to check to see what I have unlocked on this character. I'm pretty sure I've been to LA, but this is a factions character. Despite the Nightfall armor. I don't need 100 blades, I want Equinox. That's a strong statement, actually. I don't really care about Equinox, but... That doesn't matter too much to me. Actually, yeah, I've obviously been to Tyria. Well, no, I got the Rot Rings recurve bow and transferred it to this character. But yeah, I'm gonna go to the Jade Sea now and go capture some stuff. Yes, yes. I'm gonna go to HCH first, because why not? It's not where I'm gonna hang out much right now. There are some armors that I particularly... I think I probably want to get this character Lux armor eventually. But that's kind of a long-term goal, because you need Jade for that. Hello, HZH. Okay, I'm gonna grab that quest. I'll do that eventually. But I'm gonna kind of hog a faction on this account. Watchman Bensis. You're the one that lets me into Cavalon. Kind of like it would be prudent to get all of my characters to the area. I should actually check. Okay, hang on. There was a shooting light over here. I should check the skill trainer. Wow, okay, that's a lot of bone. I do need to make sure I have some wood available. You know, I might actually be Kurzik right now, so I suspect Austin won't talk to me. Man, what an annoying mechanic. What an absolutely annoying mechanic. Okay, I'm going to quickly check archipelagos, because there might actually be multiple elite skills that I want out in this map. Okay, how do I spell this? Archipelagos. Go ahead. Yeah, there's Melandri's shot. Okay, there's only one in this one. There's some map that I feel like has multiple. I do want Melandri's shot, though. Getting barrage is huge. However, okay. I think it's actually fairly close to the portal. It might be Razor Tongue Froth Spit. Actually. Oh, man. I love it when enemies clump up like that. And I can just unleash an absolutely stupid number of arrows. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, Siphon Strength is absolutely killing my damage, but... Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. This is why Splinter Barrage was such a build. Beautiful. Yeah, because this is... It begins bleeding for 25 seconds. If it hits a foe that is moving or knocked down, they take plus 25 damage and are crippled for 15. So, like, this is a perfectly fine bow attack. It's a little like... It's an elite version of Hunter Shot. It's a little bit like... I want to go this way. Wait, no. A quest is gonna take me that way. I don't even know what I'm trying to do right now. It's a little bit like Crypt Shot as well. It's not like amazing, but it's got some good utility. Do I want to actually like be bothering with trying to get to... I'm realizing that I don't know these. I don't know the Luxon maps super well because I've always kind of played Kurzik and like I've obviously been in them, but because I've spent so much more time in Kurzik territory, I don't know Luxon territory as well. Yeah, that's one of the things I think was a poor design decision, frankly. Is because like part of what makes people think Guild Wars Factions map like is small is the fact that trying to think I need to uncover more map here so I can remember how to get places. Is the fact that if you bring a foreign character in, you're probably going to two places. You're probably going to Kaineng Center, or like Kaineng City, and either the Luxner or Kurzuk territory. And so you're skipping Xingzhe and... Oh, these guys are going to suck. And Kurzuk territory, and like Xingzhe, and then either the other of the Kurzuk and Luxon territories. And that just means you are missing a tremendous amount of map. The end result of which is... Oh my goodness, these guys are annoying. But the end result of that is that like you're missing like half of the map, which is... Obviously it's going to feel small if you're skipping half of it, right? I still think it'd be really cool if there was an elite rune that let you equip somehow. Yeah, I'm glad you can revisit Xingzhe. Xingzhe is cool. I think it'd be cool if there's a rune that somehow, for some consequence, let you equip 2 elite skills. It would probably have to be a PvE only effect, but it would be neat. Okay, I remember there's an outpost down this way, so I'm just going to follow this. Or at least that's my recollection, so I'm going to follow this curve. It also has a quick activation time. Yeah, Spirit Strength and Barrage would be pretty sweet. I agree. Okay. These guys are bullying my backline something fierce. There's other combos that would be fun to try. Yeah. And for a long time there wasn't even volley, and by a long time I mean like maybe a year. I don't remember what campaign volley was released in. I'm gonna find out real fast. Sort by campaign. Eye of the North. Yeah, Eye of the North introduced volley. Did you know there's a bunch of different ways that you can sort your skills? There's display as a list. Display as large grid. I usually just display a small grid because that's what I'm used to. But you can sort your skills by profession. Just make big blocks by type. I never use it either. Cost. This is one I never use. I always just keep it on sort by like elite status. I always just keep it on sort by attribute, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's people who like never bother to click that button. It's a highly specialized button. Oh man, it's looking real pretty outside right now. It's in that morning where it's a little bit probably past sunrise, but like you still kind of got that early morning sun lighting up the clouds with a little tinge of yellow to them. Sky's kind of blue. The enormous trees are blocking most of it. Don't get me wrong, big trees are cool, but like I like a view. Okay, I am really bad about being close enough to actually get my energies to hit. Ah, it changes over at whatever that works out to be in the GMT or whatever. Almost 8 a.m. for me. 8 a.m. would be a weird turnover time. I never really think about when Zaishin switches over. Well, I was right about one thing. There is an outpost here. I'm going to turn this quest in. Where is... I'm gonna open this. Eldoria is lurking somewhere around here. There she is. No, I wanted to click on Eldoria and run over to her. Thank you. 2 leather squares. Befriending the Luxons. Yes, thank you. Will you talk to me? You will. I like this turtle shell themed armor set. I think this is really cool. It does require 9921 jade, which I have 0 of. And also a lot of scale, which is kind of expensive, actually. So this is kind of like the eventual armor set that I want to get her, but it's not a priority at the moment. This armor set that I have is perfectly functional. Okay, let's go see if, now that I am neutral in my faction, I'm not going to take this character any further through this. I want to actually take her over to Prophecies and start unlocking stuff. But I want to see if the skills trainer over here, Ossian, will talk to me now. I have about another hour I can go before I need to wrap up. Roughly. I can go slightly longer than that, but... The answer is yes. Oh, I want this skill so much, but... Yeah, this is the one that's like it's the only version of. Yeah, I'm just not wanting to jump on a lot of the factions only ones. Okay, I think what makes the most sense to me right now is to take this character over to Prophecies and... I've always wondered if those can expert salvage to stuff. Okay, I'm going to leave my party for now. But I need to do skill quests out here. Okay, I also don't need a signet of capture if I'm going to be in Prophecies, because there's not going to be anything to capture. I might just stick this res sig on here just to have it. What are the... Together is 1 and... That's the Sunspear one. I don't remember. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Okay, I've done Delesio Seaboard. I'm at Divinity Coast. Let's check to see if I have... Let's see. I need the list of skill acquisition quests. I don't know why they call it skill acquisition, but here we are. Yeah, no, I can only get generic ones. Graven images would have determined shot if I had done that one, and I don't, so. A bunch of these ones are... Doubt I have bestial pounce, yeah. The Undead Hordes, Symbiosis, and Griffin Sweep, which is not a exciting set. Maguma Jungle has a bunch of important ones. Eye for Profit gives me Antidote Signet. Blood and Smoke gives me Savage Shot. And I Will Survive, which is not a good skill. But we're not here to complain too much about what the skills they give us. Okay. Let's see. Dunkoro, Jin, Elias, Vec. I'm going to go ahead and bring Milani with me. But rather than emphasizing Avatar of Melandria, I think I'm just going to make her Avatar of Dwayna for some additional healing support and holy damage against the undead that are in the area. Yeah, so she'll be able to support Dunkoro. Is I guess the idea. Kind of wish I had Blessed Light unlocked right now, to be honest. But that requires getting a lot further with another character, so. Okay, hang on. There's a rune trader in town, so. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's go do Graven Images. Wait, is there a merchant right over here? No. Okay. Let's just go do Graven Images. And then maybe I'll make my way over to Gates. That's really tedious, but I do want to have access that direction, so. Our damage will be good. Enemies around here should be kind of low level. Physical damage is good against low level enemies, so. Experiment Images guy is right over there. Determined Shot is not an especially good skill, but it will be good to have it available, I suppose. I might have it on my Necromancer Ranger, because my Necromancer Ranger is a Prophecies character, I believe. Ithamar. Cool name, Ithamar. Yeah, these guys are level 15. They're actually tanking that a lot better than I expected. How is Milani's Scythe? Definitely a little on the weak side. I don't think these guys like being spammed by Barrage. Axe Twist is not very good. Determined Shot is kind of a weird one. If it fails to hit all of your attack skills are recharged, which is kind of good in situations where enemies are blocking you, technically. But otherwise, it just kind of feels a little meeker. Yeah, I think I'm going to continue my way up to Scoundrel's Rise. Oh my goodness, hitting that guy for 100 damage felt good after hitting for like 40 against those ghost things. They must have just had really good physical armor for some random reason. I'll pick up these gold coins. They add up. And some of those numbers are great. Honestly, Elias is probably not getting to do a whole lot. Barbs is good. It adds damage, but a little bit like underwhelming compared to a lot of what's going on here. Man, that's so satisfying. Scoundrels rise here to the right. I finished off a cup of water. Time to have another cup of water next to me, so I'm swapping cups around. Kind of a neat little ravine area here. I like palm trees. I don't know. I just do. Why must so many of the skill quests I want to do be in the frickin' Maguma jungle of all places? Gold longbow. Won't be good. Might be worth 80 gold. Might have good bow mods on it. Good bow mods? A zealous bowstring ain't bad, actually. That might be useful. The rest of this is obviously not very good, but zealous bowstring, nice. When you see that dodge, that's partially a result. Like, that's the enemy moving after I hit the attack, or after I try to attack them, and like moving in a way that like changes their trajectory. And that's something that bows with longer flight time, such as flat bows, are more prone to have happening to them. Is one of their weaknesses. A lot of this stuff is just merchant fodder. Wonder why some of these guys are being hit for like 66 and the others are being hit for like 100 and some odd. Probably a matter of crits, if I had to guess. But I don't know if it's a different type that might have different armor properties. Yeah, you saw 2 of those were dodged. It was rough. Honestly, that's like 4 or 5 gold a piece, just not worth a whole lot. But well, it's kind of the best thing you can hope for from some of this low level stuff. Improved sale value, yes, please. Fortitude, Wand Wrapping for 26 health. Okay. Ugh. It's worth 12 gold. Okay, Gates of Kryta map is now unlocked. Okay. Just gonna go to Beetleton now. Oh yeah, nostalgic music. I need Burden Hot Springs too. Not sure when I want to try to do these missions though. Carts are clearly a little bit tankier. Okay. I do like the tropical feel of Kryta. I wish they had kind of kept it for Guild Wars 2. They decided to make it Ascalon instead of Kryta. Not really sure why, but it wasn't my call to make. Let's go across here. Sometimes these cliff edges, like right here, can be a little wonky and misleading. Okay, it looks like everybody else got hit by a barbed trap. Okay. I'll take plant fibers. I will absolutely take some plant fibers. And an abnormal seed is also just plant fibers. 3 of them. Not bad. Okay, what's all of this, like, apparent barbed trappage going on? Well, apparent barbed trappage, confirmed barbed trappage. I don't have good Condi control on this team comp, which is maybe an oversight. Do I have Plague Sending unlocked? I could do a Foul Feast Plague Sending nonsense on Elias if I wanted to. Spined Aloes are weak and should be prioritized. But they kind of were hiding in the ground there a little bit. By which I mean hiding against the ground. I don't know. They're hard to notice. That's my point. Against these guys is mostly just spamming barrage, it seems. Need to go up this way and around. Yeah, we're definitely lacking in the Condi removal category, but a feathered scalp. Yay, 2 feathers. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can just run past these guys. I don't wanna slog through more Tengu. I have to see what skills I get off of this quest. Hi, Beetleton. Look at this floating piece of geometry. Neat. Still don't know why this is here. Worth more than a lot of stuff, that's for sure. If you might sell some stuff. I do want point blank shot. Let me check. I think there must be a skill quest that gives it, but yeah. There is in Regent Valley in Pre-Searing Ascalon, so it is not accessible to me. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab point blank shot now. Apply poison is another skill that I do eventually want, but it might be available, you know, somehow. Anyway, I'm going to talk to Elder Hezron. Griffin Sweep and Symbiosis. Neither of those are particularly good, but I will go ahead and get them. Chios. Now, time to stand around for a while. Actually, realistically, I don't think these are doing that much. Yeah, let's go /writ. Drop the curses and go channeling. There's some additional damage from Elias, seems good. And I am going to give him Foul Feast, so he can at least help a little bit with conditions. It's not, like, a perfect solution. Doesn't even feel entirely ideal to me, but it does a little bit of something. Crichtons are rightfully scared of the undead. There is like this whole group of lion guards who will help you fight, but they're like level 15, which is maybe a little weak. Melania, on the other hand, is dealing holy damage, which is pretty good here. Yes, there are a bunch of level 1s from the Catacombs of Pre-Searing Ascalon. Don't worry about it. This will take a little while. Have to wait for the Bone Dragon spawn. Quite a few waves here. It's not even like I'm all that into these skills. Griffin Sweep is a strength skill, so it's not especially useful on me as a ranger. And Symbiosis is a niche skill that, because it's a nature ritual, I'm probably never going to use. But yeah, do this anyway. Get the skills unlocked, or on this character. I may already be unlocked is the thing. And these restless corpses are weak. At level 1 they have just 100 health, so... There are a few ways of getting free skills. I agree with the sentiment. There is an issue with skill quests that's not immediately obvious, which is it directs what sorts of builds you're doing based upon what skills you have access to, and it also makes you hesitant to buy skills for your builds in case you might get them for free later. So I think the idea that they had of hero skill points in... I mean, they have it in both Eye of the North and Nightfall. I think that was a good idea overall to address these issues. For example, Elementalist... The skill quest for Fire Attunement is found in Fisherman's Haven, which I think we can all agree is pretty far. And so you're going through like all of Ascalon and the Northern Shiver Peaks and into like through this area until you're all the way down here before you can even get it from the skill quest. So you could probably buy it earlier, but then you're wasting money that you could have just gotten it for free from the skill quest. So while I like skill quests and sort of what they do, they kind of set your builds on rails a little bit more than you might think. Yes. I think you get like Earth Attunement super early and have like almost no Earth magic skills. So you have to be smart about how you're doing it. They do have skill quests in factions in Xingje that give you skills for specific types of tasks. Some of those quests need to be updated. They friggin' have an enchantment removal one, and they used Life Sheath as the enchantment to remove back when Life Sheath had an entirely different functionality, and now that one's brutal. So there are a few that can kind of like try to get you a start. Yeah, I mean, I've done that sort of thing too. I don't know if you've seen this, I have a video on my YouTube channel that also goes into it. So if you use exclamation mark, I don't know, there should be the command, but you can like generate codexes pretty easily, and there's ways of configuring the codex settings. There's also Skill Booster League, where okay, I would need to like have it refresh the set list and stuff, but this was a way that a thing that I did to yeah, exclamation mark tool, looks like. This is a thing that I did to give me different challenges for build challenges of like, okay, what do you have available to you and stuff, to try to sort of also mimic that to some extent. But yeah, limiting it to what would actually be available at the time can be very limiting. And quite interesting. But Elementalist definitely especially feels really crimped in terms of like, you need your attunements, those are your basic tools, and the fact that so many of them are kind of late is kind of rough. Where the heck did this drop me in? Opposite of where I wanted it to be. And I'm also like doing this, I'm feeling, oh, that did unlock symbiosis. I am feeling compelled to, as you see, take this factions character into prophecies in order to be able to get the free skills, which is not like awful, but is meaning that I'm not getting skills that I want right away, because it's like, oh, I need to go back over here and do it, and it gets a little tedious doing them over and over and over again too. So I don't know, there's pros and cons. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say. But I definitely like the idea of skill quests. Honestly, something that I think would be super cool would be to have a sort of randomizer mode where you get skill quests that have random skill assortments, or like somewhat randomized or potentially seeded somewhat, so that way you could get like really, really basic tools, so you're not like missing Orison of Healing or something on your monk early on. But like, if you could have, or like your attunements for Ellie, but if you could have like randomized quest, like skill rewards, so that way you'd have almost kind of a roguelike element to it, that would be really cool. But that's a different style of thing entirely. It's funny, this little bit of thing that has cloth physics on it, but it doesn't have the sort of cloth physics that can determine where things are. Cloth physics in games are weird. They often feel like they don't give enough weight to the object that has cloth physics on it. I'm not sure. Like it bounces around too much or whatever. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain exactly, but... But like, this is just clipping right through my leg, right? And I don't mind, but... This is using the cloth physics and all dangly. But it doesn't actually know where my leg is. Cloth is just, I don't know. Like, when you think about it, there's lots of things in games that kind of don't make sense. Another one is a lot of metal armors, they don't be stiff. It'll like just bend with the model anyway. That's another one that's kind of like, when you think about it, is really wonky, and you see it a lot in games where it's like, wait, this is a solid piece of metal, why is it bending with the model? But making it work properly is just computationally, like, you could probably do it with animation, but it would be a lot of effort to try to make it work the way it's supposed to work. There's a lot of things in games where it's like, you could do it, but like, can you afford the computational costs of doing it, or what were the skills that I got from this? Counterblow and bestial pounce. I mean, those are both fine. Counterblow is actually really nice. I like that one. Man, Naboo Terrace is such an awkward place to get to. That's some weird terrain. You either have to go all the way from Beetleton or from Bergen Hot Springs or from like Delesio Seaboard up and around. There's just no great route to it. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Got about half an hour left that I can stream before I need to wrap up so I can do other things. Thanks for killing these enemies super quickly. I'm just really enjoying the trees being kind of silhouetted against the skybox. Whoa! Hi, tree. Man, that's pretty too. I really like the Crichton skyboxes, generally speaking. These guys are annoying. Part of why it's probably a good idea that I gave Foul Feast to UAS. They will spam you with bleed. Dar the diseased. He had a slice of pumpkin pie. Thank you, Elias. I definitely took the undead heavier route. I have farmed these undead on a 55 before. Don't really know. It was just kind of a... I feel like it was less farming them for a specific thing and more just like, this seems like an area where I could farm a bunch of enemies. And it was. I don't remember it being particularly lucrative, and I don't remember doing it particularly much. Who's the first person I talked to? Is it Dan Smythe over there? No? Oh, no, it's Andar Diliad. Excuse me. I'll talk to the Ascalonian Penelope Randall later. I do appreciate that they've done a really, like, simple job, but they've done a job of differentiating the different ethnicities. In the Guild Wars anime that doesn't exist, Bergen Hot Springs is where they do the Onsen episode. I'm gonna go from Beetleton to go turn these in. It's obligatory, you know, the Hot Springs episode. Question is, which of the characters between like Eve, Devona, and Sin are complaining about their small bust size and having to be reassured that they still have time to grow or some nonsense? I don't know. Some of those tropes are just eye roll worthy. Is this anything good? Nope. It's 13 gold. That's what it is. Before I identified it, it was probably 10. Cry Frustration is still an obnoxious skill no matter how much damage it actually does. Spirit Rift is an odd one. No reason to have that episode at all. Have those scenes. Certainly seems like one of the major motivations. This is an awful lot of Ettins. Ooh. 100 gold. Nice. I will absolutely be merching this Crichton key. It is not worth anything. Like, the thing that I'm likely to open from the chest is going to be worth less than that key is worth, so there's no reason to not just merch the key. That's generally true with keys. Bestial Pounce unlocked. Deals +6 damage. Knocks down spellcasters. Right. Okay. Do I just finish today by doing Divinity Coast? Probably. Do I want to do Divinity Coast? TBH, no. But it does get me there directly. Wow, that was deeply not worth. The flame artifact actually is, wow, okay, also deeply not worth. Just decided they weren't going to increase in value for some nonsensical reason. I mean, they did. They increased in value by like a gold. And usually it's more than that. But what you gonna do? Sometimes you get cheated out of money because the identification kit charge was worth 4 gold. Okay. Anything that I need to change before I go into here? I don't think so. Let's just do the missions. That way I can get it over and done with, and then wrap up the stream probably, because it will be that time TM. Oh, I can't wait to complain about a plant again. And what a good view. Distant lighthouse. I could dust on my monitor. That you couldn't see because that's not how technology works. It'd be weird if it was. You know, I wish more stories had proper denouements like Lord of the Rings does. People complain about it having a bunch of endings, but honestly, I'd rather have a bunch of endings than to not have enough of an ending. Star Trek Voyager was terrible for that. Man, it was atrocious for that. I enjoyed Voyager for the most part, but it definitely suffered from having a premise that carried narrative momentum. That makes it hard for you want to. It makes it hard for you to want to have the show go long, if that makes sense. Because you're, at least for me, I'm wanting narrative resolution. Okay, Justicar Hablion. I understand you need me to go bathe in a fountain in order to become purified so I can lead the sacred eye around to find the chosen, so that way you can collect them up and sacrifice them on bloodstones while telling them they're actually going to be studying at some grand temple, the White Mantle. Also, screw this stupid plant with its geometry. That is all. It is obligatory at this point. It's a channel meme. I should make the freaking outline of this plant an emote. That sounds too ridiculous. Tablet of Janthier. Good old Janthier. Go to Janthier Sentry. Hello, Salty Grease. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying the last little bit of my early morning stream. I lead my heroes around so they get cleansed too. Aha! I've successfully cleansed my heroes. Stupid. This one doesn't have geometry. Why does this one not have geometry? But that other one in the doorway does. Part of my brain still says that that stupid plant in the doorway wasn't always there. And I don't know why I think that. Ah, nice, nice. Okay, Justicar Hablion. Hablion. He's not chosen. He got knocked over. Okay, villager. Join me on our journey. I wonder how many people have today off in the United States. Obviously, it's not a holiday, or like it's not Black Friday sales have become international, but like yesterday being Thanksgiving, being a holiday is not a thing going on in other places. Oh man, that's a nice little shortcut, isn't it? Ah, yes. The mission where a giant eyeball is constantly bouncing into the camera. What does this even mean? The waters of the Fountain of Truth have washed away your sins. You are now worthy to transport the Eye of Janthier. It's just a gameplay mechanic, but like from a lore perspective, what do they even mean by that? What are the supposed sins that needed to be washed away? What makes someone worthy of transporting the eye? Or like, I don't know. It feels like there's a lot of like generic religious lingo that Arena employed when they were making various parts of prophecies, and it fundamentally does not make any sense. That's just how it goes. This person you need to talk to like several different times in order to get them to actually follow you. Are you primed to follow me now? Yes, no, maybe. No? Okay. That guy's a little finicky. This is so much harder in hard mode. These guys are a lot more prone to just getting faces beaten and walloped. It would be really funny if Tengu dropped dwarf armor instead of Tengu armor. Like, wait, that wouldn't make sense. Okay, come on. Person who pings at me. What, 5 villagers, I think? Lots of tablets of Genthia around here. The way of the chosen is found in death. When pressed with the choice of life or death, it is only the latter that the unseen. Is only the latter that the unseen shall be wrought gory. Gory too, but patience, progress in this delivery shall be rewarded in the next life. Yeah, but don't most people know that when you die, you go to the mists? I don't know. Like, I feel like there's a lot about the religious aspects of this that certainly don't make sense when you think about them too much. And it's best not to. But that's the sort of person I am, so I'm going to think about them too much. There's not a person down there, is there? I think it's... See, because they're picking on these merchants, I thought they were significant for the longest of times, and I was always trying to save them, but they're deeply irrelevant to this whole endeavor. They do call you their hero, but they are not worthy. Only this villager at the end is worthy. I'm a very rich man, I don't deserve to die. Yeah, that's not how any of this works. Wealth does not determine your moral standing in society. You just don't want to die, and you want your wealth to be able to shield you, but it can't because there's a bunch of Tengu trying to gut you. It's pretty straightforward. And my brother said I want to mount anything. He's laughing now. Indeed. We will mount to sacrifice on the bloodstones for the sake of the Mersat. And they're actually, these guys we might rescue. I'm not sure how this works. But, I love that low stance that you get with both pin down and crypt shot. It's just a very cool special animation for him. Okay, time to go get this last villager. Don't want any villager rights going on. This is a Magic the Gathering joke. Village Rights is a card that has you sacrifice a creature to draw 2 cards. We don't want to sacrifice these villagers. We want to get them safely to the end of the mission. Hi, merchant. Are you going to give me money? Don't expect a reward. Yep, that sounds about right. I'm rich. I don't deserve to die. Oh, but don't expect a reward. On behalf of my daughter, I thank you for saving my life. That's an interesting way of phrasing that. Oh my goodness, this person is just dodging all of my arrows. Very annoying. Take that life siphon. I don't like the degen going on. I'm suffering on all of those villagers. It's a little uncomfy. I believe they all have healing signet, so they should be fine, but... Okay, the hex is over now, which is the important thing. They're level 10, so they experience degen a lot more strongly than others do. Oh yeah. Look at Pin Down doing its job, making that Hellhound just waddle over to us. Okay. The phrase Hellhound waddle is kind of funny. I want to unlock Antidote Signet on this character. Wham. Gita Bones. Concussion Shot's another skill that I want. I'm not sure where you get it. I should check that one. Concussion Shot is really good with high expertise in particular, but I would like it with Prepared Shot. Interrupting and inflicting dazed is just really handy. Wow, that guy just got walloped by the Eye of Genthier. Eye of Genthier I don't think does any damage, but it does a knockdown effect, which is very handy. These Coastal Keep guards are not doing a very good job of keeping the Coastal Keep secure. Man, the Orions have been undead for a long time. These are the Orion undead here, and they're Orion undead with Zaitan. I mean, not all of the undead with Zaitan are Orions, but, you know, a bunch are. It's just like the Orions just cannot catch a break. They're constantly being made into undead. Should we use your Jar's defenses, bud? Probably did. Probably ran out on him. Probably got killed by it. Running out on him. That's how it goes. Justicar Lashona. Lion Guard Mina. Wait for everyone to run over. Talk to you. Yay. I have delivered all of the Chosen. And they gave me 500 gold for my party to share, which is neat. And now I'm at Druid's Overlook, which is important because this is where I can get some very useful skills. Brother's Fury is the main quest. Eye for Profit. This gives me the Antidote Signet I've been wanting so badly. That actually went faster than I expected, so... Pure Strike and Storm Chaser. Not bad choices by any means. These feel barely worth salvaging. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a Brother's Fury and make my way over there into the wilds, I mean, and then I'm going to try to get Antidote Signet and wrap up there. I think that's going to be my plan of action. Man, I kind of want Cold Shot just so I can freaking hit things that are moving. I'm going to switch over to this. I'm, like, losing a bunch of potential stuff by switching over to this recurve bow, but, like, I am tired of things missing all the time. Avatar of Dwayne, it is a lot less out here, but it's still good against the Wind Riders causing a bajillion hexes on you. And it still, like, gives a little additional healing. Realistically, for a Crypt Shot bow, you don't want... Like, Rot Wings is not a great Crypt Shot bow because you actually want an increased cripple duration, not increased poison duration, but... I remember this being, like, considered a good Crypt Shot bow back in the day, but I don't actually think it is because of that. Plus 5 energy is okay, but it's just deeply not necessary. I'll need better bows at some point in time for this character, but... I was getting so many strays, it was really annoying. Okay. You just don't like using Word of Healing, do you? I need to unlock Healing Burst. I'm probably going to be switching over to... Like, I'm going to want to get further in Meguma here and get more skills. There's a bunch of good skills to get in the Meguma jungle. But I'm definitely feeling really inclined towards... yeah, really inclined towards getting... my monk further into factions for some more skills. I need to get more characters and further into factions anyway. So I can do the befriending quests for functionally, like, just get it all, max out my faction, do all the befriending quests on all the characters. Okay. Right back out. I need to speak to Witness Giselle for that. I will at some point do so. Need to turn in Seeking Shelter too. But the Eye for Profit enemy is over there. There's a thing to talk to a guy and he tells you where it is and blah blah blah. But you don't actually need that. You just need the Eye for Profit. So if you can just know where it is, then you can skip the middle step. And that, as I say, is faster. So, well, I'm doing it now. Friggin' Moss Scarabs. At least everything here is weak enough that it dies super quickly. probably worth it to do the wilds, and then Bloodstone Fen is more dubious. I need to do dropping Eves and then Blood and Smoke to get Savage Shot, so that's just such a high priority at this point because it's just so frustrating not having it. It's such a staple ranger skill. It's part of why I'm in Prophecies in the first place, doing these skill quests on this ranger. These are mental melts. Highway Patrol's team is 1. That's kind of a fun name, actually. Highway Patrol. Like Highway Patrol. Hope they're running Highway. Feel kind of bad if they weren't. Man. The adjacent range on Barrage is kind of wonky sometimes. Why are there always more spiders? Why are there always more spiders? What the heck? Game? We've replaced all of your random encounters with spiders. There's like 2 spiders over there, and I'm... Okay. Did we finish cleaning up the spider population? It's like our freaking bathroom in here. As a reference for me. And our bathroom that's full of spiders. Whee! Yep, you can go down this extremely steep log. Why not? Hello, Acid Maw. What's the best profession to focus on and to also be able to farm stuff as solo and in team? Great question. That's a really hard one to figure out how to answer. One of the things that I found doing this particular Unlock All Skills challenge that I've been doing on this account is it's hard to say that any one thing is like an ideal starting point so much as I keep finding myself wanting to bounce around between different characters to unlock specific skills. It's also going to depend upon a little bit how much you're trying to build specifically towards meta. Yes, Antidote Signet. Versus how much you're going to want to, say, do your own thing. So for this account, I started off with a warrior monk just because there's a lot of nostalgia in that for me. Good old classic whammo. That also had the benefit of giving me a bunch of monk skills that I could use on my heroes for healing. And because I started in Prophecies, of course, for the nostalgia, you know, a bunch of skill quests gets me a bunch of skills unlocked. However, warrior is not a particularly useful profession for heroes, for various reasons. I mean, it's not impossible for them to function, but it certainly feels a little suboptimal. And so if you're trying to, like... Yeah, I'm not sure how important Ranger is. Dagger spam... I guess Ranger dagger spam and Assassin dagger spam are... And then Dervish is really good in melee. There's another strong argument for doing Mesmer, because Mesmer spell damage is really good once you get certain spells available, like Energy Surge. So like the meta composition is a necromancer that's mainly focused on a necromancer ritualist that's mainly focused on blood is power and then a bunch of healing from restoration magic, and then like a soul twist protection ritualist, and then as many energy surge mesmers as you can manage is more or less the meta as far as I understand it. I don't really pay much attention to the meta. So it's a little hard to know what sort of advice to give because I don't know exactly how you want to approach playing the game. So if you want to play it kind of, I mean, you can have a Mesmer use BIP, but if you're having a Mesmer use BIP, then it's not using Energy Surge, and you're probably suboptimal as a result. Like, part of it too is because my goal is to unlock all skills, I'm just not as like focused and streamlined. So if you really want to get going quickly, factions kind of gets you a quicker start, but you might, on a fresh account, you probably don't have the resources to really get armor super quickly in that regard. So I don't know, there's a lot of different considerations, and so it's hard to kind of recommend a specific thing. But in terms of like unlocking skills for heroes, playing something in Prophecies that's slash monk so you can unlock monk skills is probably what I'd recommend. If you want to focus on like spellcaster damage, Mesmer ultimately is the king of that. But I mean, Elementalist is not terrible generally speaking. It falls off really bad in certain areas of the game. So, but you do get a number of Elementalist heroes that you can set up. So, but Elementalist is a little bit clunky because of some of the pacing of skill quests in Prophecies. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways that you can kind of go, and there's not necessarily a right or wrong, but I do recommend, especially if you're going through Prophecies on your character, to have one of your two professions be monks, so that way you can get a bunch of monk skills. That way when you get the Nightfall heroes and you get the monks, that you get actual decent healers. But other than that, it's... yeah, Soul Twist is just a really nice support. So hopefully that answers your question. I need to be wrapping up my stream because I have other things I need to be doing, but I do thank everyone for watching. I do appreciate it. I'm going to turn in this quest. Witness Giselle. Yes, thank you. The big thing that I'd say is like just take your time and enjoy it. That's nice, Salty Grease. That's really nice. And figure out how you're going to have fun approaching the game. You can go with meta builds if you want to, and there's various guides to help people go towards meta builds. There's the Guild Wars Discord server. That you can get a lot of direct advice that way as well there. But for me personally, the fun of the game is the sort of TCG-like buildcraft, experiment with things, try out your own stuff, figure out what works and what doesn't. And in that regard, like that's what I have fun doing. So I'm going to approach things a little bit differently. And so I've been bouncing around. Like this account has, you get 8 character slots and I have 8 characters, right? Because I've been bouncing around different characters to unlock different skills. Yeah, that could also be, like, there's other resources on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, so I've just been bouncing around a lot to unlock different things. So anyway, like I said, I need to wrap up here. So thank you all very much for watching. And until next time, everyone, take care and goodbye.